Calling the meeting to order. Roll call, Maria Okpara, present. Rick Raleigh.
I'm here.
Gary Arcee,
Here.
Amanda Buchanan,
Here.
Dennis Bender.
Here.
Nobody is absent. Mrs. Nelson, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely.
You knew.
Right hand over your heart, ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. Kylie, do we have any public comments pertaining to the closed session?
We do not.
Thank you. In closed session, we are going to be discussing superintendent evaluation, conference on litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection A, current litigation, 13 cases. CIVDS 2011183, CIVSB 2111303, 2220303, 2218676, 2227023, 2304865, 2314073, 232217124, 12359, 2412687, 2321161, 2404404, and CIVVS 2440289. Government Code Section 54954.5 subsection C and 54956.9 subsection D, subsection D, and subsection E and subsection I. Anticipated litigation, one case, 2020-2021-05. Public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, transfer, leave, title, certificated and classified employees. Number 4, public employee appointment, resignation, retirement, reduction, title, certificated and classified employees. Conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator Jeremiah Harrison, employer organization, Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. Conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator Christine Dupree, employee organization, California Employees Association. Conference with real property negotiator, Government Code 54956.8, negotiating parties Matthew Schulenberg on behalf of Apple Valley Unified School District. Security matters, Government Code Section 54957, consultation with Apple Valley Unified School District Chief of Police. And I ask for a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We'll see at 7 o'clock. Maria Okpara,
Are you here?
I'm here. Rick Raleigh,
I'm here.
Gary Arce,
Here.
Amanda Buchanan,
Here.
Dennis Bender.
Here.
Thank you. Shannon Spinney, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Shannon. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here. Before we get started, I would like to say that the board appreciates and supports our educational partners' input at our meetings. Engagement by members of the public and in civic matters is the cornerstone of our democracy. Everyone should have a chance to express their opinions within the guidelines the board has established for its meetings so that we are able to conduct the meeting effectively and efficiently. During the meeting, there will be time for the public to comment on matter not on the agenda. In addition, members of the public may comment on specific agenda items after I, as your board president, ask for public comment on an item. Until it is your turn to speak, or if you are here just to observe the meeting, please refrain from any behavior that prevents others from participating in the meeting or that disrupts the board's ability to conduct the business of the board. Once again, thank you very much for taking your time to join us this evening and to be a participant in this duty of serving our students and our educational community. At this moment, we are going to have a moment of silence for a retired AVUSD family member, Mr. Reed Stewart. Thank you very much. Student report. High Desert Premier Academy, Marissa Duarte.
You got it.
Good evening, President Opara, esteemed board members, Superintendent Nelson, Executive Cabinet, and Apple Valley Unified staff, students, families, and the community members. We at High Desert Premier have started our 24-25 school year off well. We have two new staff members, Ms. Post, which is our middle school teacher, and Ms. Huckley, which is our academic counselor. September is Awareness Month for many things, including suicide prevention. It's dedicated to raising awareness about suicide in order to shift public perception and spread hope and share information to people that are affected by suicide. Here at HDBA, Ms. Nilo and Mr. Gaitan went around and gave presentations to students while also giving students resources. Students can also dial 988 or use the anonymous OWL tip line that's provided on our newsletter. I will also be going around handing out suicide prevention bracelets and ribbons to staff and students. September is also Attendance Awareness Month. At HDBA, this consists of educating all members of our school and community about chronic absenteeism. That's when a student misses 10% of school for any reason. Did you know that the data early grade chronic absenteeism is a strong indicator for a student graduating on time? That's why attendance is so important. Hispanic Heritage Month is celebrated from September 15th to October 15th. Hispanic Heritage Month also honors and contributes to the Hispanics that have made it to the United States. Spirit Week is the 23rd through the 27th of this month. It's our first Spirit Week of the year, and our leadership class is excited to give us a fun week. This month, the HDBA Middle School and Apple Valley Virtual Academy are coming together to go to Long Beach Aquarium and to learn about the deep sea predators. HDBA seniors will also have the opportunity to visit VBC and San Joaquin College and see what sparks their interest. Thank you for listening, and I will talk about our school owls next time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know it's your first time, but you did great. Granite Hills High School, Hannah Forget.
Thank you. Always the height difference between us. Good evening, Executive Cabinet, board members, and attendees. My name is Hannah Forget, and I am the ASB Governing Council President at Granite Hills High School. I hope you all had an incredible summer and a great beginning to the 24-25 school year. I'm very excited to be this year's representative for Granite, and I look forward to speaking with all of you each month. To begin, we just got our poll list for ASB. The color signifies our silver year, which is Granite Hills' 25th anniversary of being open. Granite Hills High School opened its doors in the 1999 to 2000 school year. Over the last 25 years, Granite has undergone many changes, from adding high-quality CTE programs, robust counseling, and mental health programs, from decorative lawns to drought-tolerant landscapes, and even a slight change in our school motto. But the constant focus has been on creating a positive learning environment for all students. We look forward to celebrating our history and planning our future to continue our rich tradition of preparing student leaders. As for ASB, we've had an incredible start. Last month, we held Senior Sunrise, which was so much fun and had a really big turnout. It was very bittersweet for myself as well as all the other seniors, I think, but it was fun. Yesterday was Club Rush during both lunches. Students got to walk around, meet club members, learn about clubs on campus, and also purchase things from those booths. We had clubs like ASB, Mock Trial, Drama, Saul Christian Club, Key Club, Interact, 524, Avid, Water Polo, French Club, Women Empowerment Club, and a lot more. We have homecoming coming up on September 14th. Our theme this year is Once Upon a Homecoming, and we have an amazing DJ and taco truck lined up. ASB has been doing an amazing job hyping up football. We named our student section this year the Cougar Cage, and it was a big hit for our first game. We also have a home game tonight, and the student section theme is USA. I'll be heading over there after the meeting, and I'm pretty confident in saying we have a win coming, but I don't know, hopefully. ASB has been fundraising like crazy for both prom and grad night. We're also selling senior crew necks and t-shirts, which have been a huge success on campus. Link Crew started the year off strong with Link Leader training days over summer. Our Link leaders gathered here at Granite for 2 days to learn how to connect with the class of 28 and run orientation activities. Freshman orientation was a huge success. 2 weeks ago, we held our freshman tailgate before our very first varsity football game. We had food as well as face paint for our freshman class. Academic follow-ups also took place, and they also went very good. For mental health awareness this week, we are highlighting Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. We're doing a Spirit Week, student raffles, and a lot of giveaways. On Saturday, our Key Club and band are going to be participating in the annual Happy Trails Parade. Our theater department is hosting a car wash on September 21st at the Grind Coffee Shop here in Apple Valley in hopes of raising money for a New York trip. Athletics have had a great start to the year. Volleyball is having a very good season. It's a very young team, but they're extremely experienced, and we are 3-0 in league. Cross country just started, but are doing great. We had our tri-meet yesterday, and our cross-country team is getting ready for our cross-country challenge with 10 schools to be in attendance. This year, the team has over 40 students, and we couldn't be happier. Football is going strong with a 2-0 and a big match tonight versus Hesperia. The match will be a good test to see how the season will continue to play out for us. Girls tennis has league play in 2 weeks, and they are a very strong team and had a really good preseason. This year, we have over 35 student athletes on the team, and it's incredible. We're looking forward to seeing how all of our sports continue to grow. We thank you for your continued support of Granite Hills, and I look forward to sharing more with you next month. As always, Maroon and Gray lead the way.
Thank you, Hannah. Apple Valley High School, Eden Piola.
Thank you. Good morning, or good evening, sorry. Good evening, members of the board and attendees. My name is Eden Piolo, and I am representing the Apple Valley High School, and I'm the line president. Tonight, I'll be sharing with you what our students and staff have been doing in the last month, and also our goals for September. This August, our students have been getting involved with clubs and extracurricular activities. The Sensations had their first recital for back to school on August 16th, and it was so lovely to hear such talented voices. And last Wednesday, we had our back to school night where students can see and join clubs that interest them. Some new clubs that are starting this year include Letters of Love, where students can write and create cards to children's hospitals. We have Lift, that represents love, inspire, feel together. This club serves to lift up our community and help others with their mental health. Model UN, that where students can learn and discuss international relations and current political world issues. We also have ABHS Comunidad con Ganas, which students can learn more about Hispanic culture. French Club, that teaches French language and their culture. And lastly, Badminton Club, where students can play badminton. There was also a lot of sports like wrestling, track and field, basketball, and swimming that were looking for new athletes. And speaking of athletes, our athletes have been doing such a great job so far. The girls' volleyball team has been very successful in their preseason. They currently have 9 wins, and the girls' tennis have won their past 2 matches, and cross country had 2 meets so far. And our football game has played 2 games, and we have a home game tomorrow, which is also our homecoming game against Corona del Sol, and we hope to win. We are so thankful for our ASB students who have been working so hard decorating the student section, as well as pep rallies, and the students have been making posters, balloons that decorate our football stadium. Our pep squad and band have been practicing so hard, performing so well at our events, and we are so thrilled to see them bring the school spirit to our campus. Our camp film crew has been doing an amazing job at capturing photo and video content of our sports events. And so much thanks to our sports medicine program for keeping our students, athletes safe and healthy. We are very excited for this month. There are so many exciting events we are looking forward to. Tomorrow we have our homecoming football game where we'll be announcing the homecoming court, and we can't wait to see who the homecoming king and queen plus our princes and princesses are. And on Saturday, we are having our homecoming dance, which is themed casino night. And next week, our school is preparing for our 55th annual bell game next week. That week, we will be celebrating with a bunny scavenger hunt, no bunnies t-shirts, and decorating the school with so much Sun Devil spirit. That Thursday, we'll be celebrate with our annual bonfire that will always get us fired up for the big game. And the next day, we'll be taking the win again. This year, that will mark another, maybe, hopefully, 13 consecutive years of victory against Victorville. I cannot wait to see how rowdy the student section and the community will be at the game. And then our junior, senior girls are getting ready for the Powder Puff game on September 25th. ASB will start to prepare and organize for our annual color run on September 28th by gathering food truck sponsors from our desert community to help fundraise for our campus organizations. Since it is September, this month we are celebrating Hispanic culture. Throughout the month, ASB students will be organizing pep rallies, lunch activities, and food trucks with like tacos and agua frescas and much more to share Hispanic culture to our school community. And there are so many exciting things happening at Apple Valley High School, and I want to thank you all for your continued support, and we couldn't give our students any of these incredible opportunities without you. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Board comments? Mr. Bender?
I attended the football game on Friday. It was a good game. Anytime you get close to the ocean, the teams are tougher. Chaparral was loaded. Congratulations to Granite. 25 years you've been open. I was a charter teacher there in '99. Makes me feel old. And then I realized I'm old because I was also a charter teacher at Apple in 1967. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Bender. Amanda Buchanan?
Mr. Bender, I had to laugh because when she said it opened in 99, 2000, I was thinking, oh, I feel old because I was a senior then. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm going to pull mine up. I like to write them out so I don't forget anything because I go home so many times and I regret things that I meant to say. So, okay. I did want to say good evening and just thank you guys. I know last month I think a bunch of us thought we were going to have students here, and then we were kind of bummed because we didn't have students here, but it is so nice to have students back in the audience. So we're so excited to see students again. But having you guys here, your participation is invaluable, and it just provides a fresh perspective to the decisions and everything, our discussions here at our board meetings. I did have the pleasure of attending back to school nights at High Desert Premier Academy and also Granite. And I want to thank everyone involved for the hard work in making those events a success. I did have every intention of making it to Apple, and there is a reason. So I would like to extend a special thanks to, is Principal Smith here? Is
Yes,
Earl in
he's here.
here? It's his fault. He was so welcoming and showing me around his campus, and I spent way too much time there. So I apologize. I had every intention of making it, but it was just such a wonderful experience talking to parents and families and staff there. And I spent too much time, and I looked at my watch and I went, oh no, it's way too late. I have to go to Granite. So I went straight. So I apologize. I will get there next year. I will start with you guys next year. But while I was at Granite, I was particularly impressed. I went to a different wing than I went to last year, and I got to go into graphic arts this time. And I was just so impressed with everything that was going on in there, and the creativity, the dedication, the shirts that they are creating and things, her senior stuff, that was all done there. The link crew that she talked about. And it was just so neat to see this program supporting the other programs in-house on campus. And it was exciting. For the board, I did have the opportunity to attend a Region 16 CSBA delegate meeting this month. And we did just share each of our districts' successful startups. I bragged about Apple Valley. And although Riverside County will not be spearheading the fall joint meeting that they usually do, Region 16 is working hard to ensure that maybe we can still pull it off. So as of right now, it's still hopefully going to happen. But they're going to try to keep it on the calendar because Region 16 really felt like it was vital for collaboration and best practices for all the districts, school boards to get together. But finally, I wanted to end by encouraging all of the students to embrace the opportunities that this year offers, whether you're senior or even in a kindergarten, but whether academics or the arts, athletics, or any of your passions. I know I see aquatics and drama and music back there. So just know that we are here to support you and celebrate your achievements. So together, let's make this school year a time of growth, community, and excellence. So thank you. And I look forward to seeing all the incredible things that our students and our staff are going to put together this year. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Arce?
Again, like has been mentioned, I also want to commend all the students and teachers and administrators for just very successful startup activities for the new year. As was mentioned, the back to school nights were hugely successful and very well attended. Every back to school night I went to, the parking lots were overflowing. There's cars lined up going down the various roads at the various school sites. The principals, the teachers were well prepared and eager to share with parents about what's going on at their schools. So thank you for everyone involved in the back to school nights. Very well attended and very successful. Again, as was mentioned, as Marissa and Eden and Hannah mentioned, also wanted to commend all the student athletes and the coaches and all their hard work for the athletics that are starting. I was able to visit some volleyball matches and football matches. And again, our students, our athletes are working hard. You can tell that they've been well prepared by their coaches and so on. Thank you for the parents too. We can't forget the parents who all summer long have been bringing their kids to school activities and so on. So they're starting out very, very well, and I know they're going to be very, very successful this year. One thing I wanted to mention too is that at one of the back to school nights, I talked to a third grade mom, and not only was she so thankful for how well her child was doing in third grade, how excited her child was, but she was new to our district. She was so excited about the quality of the bus service. So she wanted to tip her hat to the transportation department and the fantastic thing that our bus drivers do every single day, because they're getting up in a lot of cases way before we're getting up, and then they're checking out their buses and they're on the road before we are. So it's just thank you for the transportation department. Is very much appreciated. And as our students were mentioning all the fantastic activities going on this month, also wanted to thank all the teachers who are preparing for Constitution Day later on this month, because back in 2004, U.S. Congress passed a law that said on September 17th, every September 17th, all public schools should have a special day of instruction regarding our U.S. Constitution. That's kind of interesting, because when historians and sociologists have studied national constitutions around the world, they have found that the average length of a constitution, of a national constitution, is 17 years. Now, our Constitution same Constitution has been in effect for going close to 240 years, which really testifies as to the uniqueness and the wisdom and the success of our Constitution. So I just want to commend all of our teachers who are preparing for that Constitution Day later on this month on September 17th. So just like I say, thank you for all the teachers, all the administrators, students. You guys are doing a great work. Keep up the great job. And we look forward to seeing you next month as you report the fantastic things that are going to happen this month. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Raleigh?
Thank you. Well, it's good to see the speakers again, Marissa, Hannah, and Eden. With Hannah, we've seen you last year, so you're an old pro. But for the other two, by the end of this, when it comes May, graduation time, you guys are going to be so confident getting up at the podium and speaking in front of this crowd that, and as a board member, we always remember all of the speakers every year. And even the superintendent will bring up, well, you remember 3 years ago, so-and-so, and what she's doing today. We all kind of follow what goes on with the speakers, because we get to know you guys so well. So congratulations, and May will be here before you know it, but we look forward every month to hearing from you. You guys did really good. So, and then one more thing, Dennis had brought up that he, taught all those years, but what I don't think people realize is Dennis remembers all of the students, even from the 70s. We'll be talking. He goes, "Oh yeah, I know so and so, graduated in 1974, and he's doing this today and this and that." And so Dennis really made a lot of this. Is we've still got a few more months, but Dennis's last time as a board member, he is going to retire out. But he made such an impact on this district and all of these kids that went to school here. And so I'll talk about Dennis later towards the end, but he brought it up, so I wanted to say that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And now is me. I'm Maria Okpara. I didn't know my name when I called it out, but now I think I do. I want to take the time to thank all of you for coming out this evening to listen to us do the business of the students. And I need to thank the parents who are raising all these amazing students and sending them our way. Thank you so much. This last month, or this month we are in, I have managed to visit Apple Valley High School, which is my school. Usually it's my first stop. My kids went there, so I wander in, and then I think, oh, they're going to kick me out. But I went to Apple Valley High School to watch the volleyball game, and I was worse than the kids because I was screaming so loud I thought I was going to lose my voice. Then I went to Granite Hills High School to watch volleyball too, and also did exactly what I did at Apple Valley High School. And then I had the honor of traveling with the superintendent to visit classrooms this last week, and it was such a pleasure to see learning going on in the classrooms and to see student engagement and to watch the superintendent actually take notes and do observations and give feedback to the staff. That's what I call hands-on. You know, she was really hands-on, and the principals felt safe enough to have the superintendent go into their classrooms because they believe they have done the best they could, and it's now up to superintendent to do an evaluation of what was going on. I am excited about what's coming down in September, the Hispanic culture coming up in September. I'm going to be looking for somebody to loan me a Hispanic address because I like to show up and show out. Thank you. I'm ready. My daughter went through Model UN, and it was probably one of the best experiences she had. And after serving as a delegate from Apple Valley High School, and she was representing the country of Turkey, I felt like that I knew so much about this country that I didn't think I would know enough about, but because she practiced and practiced and practiced. At the time that she went, she had the opportunity to meet Kofi Annan, who was the secretary of the UN, and actually put him on the phone to talk to me. She was fearless. So I'm really looking forward to what this school year holds. I'm excited. I show up at events. I had an event of the DPAC meeting with parents. I showed up because there was food. That's all I can say. And I kept getting up to help myself to food, and as soon as my stomach had had enough, I left. But I just want to say thank you. Thank you for what you guys do. I am truly humbled to be of service to the children of Apple Valley. Thank you again. The superintendent's comment, Mrs. Nelson.
I want to comment also on Marissa and Hannah and Aiden and just welcome back, Hannah. Welcome to the two that are starting. Amazing. We missed you last month, but we knew it was the second day of school and it wasn't probably likely that we would get you here with a lot of information. It's going to be an amazing year, and I'm so sad already that Mr. Raleigh was pointing out that I know what happens to all of our speakers because you are part of our family. And when you leave us at the end of the year, there's a little bit of a loss for us and a little bit of our heart goes away. So I don't even want to talk about the end of the year. We're going to watch what happens over the course of the next few months. I did hear a lot about tacos, though, from some of your presentations, and tacos are my love language. We'll just leave it at that. I also want to comment on Ms. Buchanan's statement about the silver anniversary and where she was when Granite Hills opened. I was a school principal at the time, so I had a long career already in education. I was not a high school senior, I'll point out. I also would like to comment about Mr. Bender and the last few board meetings that we have with him and the fact that he's an icon in this community. He's educated more students probably in the Apple Valley community than anybody else. And then to serve on the board for as long as he has is just a testament to the commitment and the passion he has about education. And I'm not sure that we'll be able to really honor him appropriately at a single board meeting. I feel like we're going to honor him each board meeting between now and that time. And there's probably going to have to be some special roast that happens not on a school property because there's some stories, folks. And I don't think we can do them in a board meeting room. So I'll just leave it at that. I also was with Ms. Opar when we visited Wendy Temple's classroom at Granite Hills High School. And I'm going to tell you, The work that those kids are doing in such a short period of time is something else. I don't know that Ms. Okpara asked for permission, but she took a few things and she left. I noticed Wendy didn't say anything, and I'm thrilled with her because I know that she's ready to get those kids engaged with all the other schools and supporting and making and creating things for student swag. So I'm just teasing. I know you guys had a
It's gonna
conversation.
be on my suitcase. I love those things. I collect them and I attach it to my suitcase. What
It
can
was
I
really
say?
cute. And I would like to clarify that I'm not out evaluating teachers. I only get to evaluate principals in this district and assistant superintendents and Kylie. But when I'm out in classrooms, I am providing feedback to teachers about things that I see, and it's not evaluative. It's just feedback. What was going on when I was there? And I like to recognize some really positive things that are happening. Miss Beanie's, I would have sent her feedback that I'm so excited that her children are going to prom this year, because that was a big topic of one of her students, and it was darling. So on to some really exciting news. Victor Valley College had a record number of high school students be awarded college credit this past year for earning an A or a B in one of our articulated courses. 4,366 students is a record for the program. Apple Valley Unified had 1,096 students receive college credit. That's something to celebrate. Last week, our ethnic studies work came back to the table with teachers in the room looking at curriculum. We have a series of dates planned with our facilitator, Lauren Wild, from San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. They will continue the work that they started, and they'll be developing our courses that meet the ethnic studies graduation requirement. And our board took action in support of a community recommendation to work on multiple pathways for our students to achieve that requirement. I happened to stop by. It was phenomenal work that they were doing, and lots of voice and articulation happening. And I look forward to seeing how it all comes together. And then for just because I have to, I'm a parent and I do like to still embarrass my child who won't know this happened unless somebody tells him. For those of you who were here in 2004, at this very time, 20 years ago, I was at St. Mary's Hospital because I was giving birth to my youngest son. He's in college. I don't get to see him this year, but he's with his grandmother tonight having dinner. And I just would like to say that I think I prefer being at a board meeting than giving birth. So
Good. You done?
thank you. I'm done.
Thank you.
Maria was there. That's why she wasn't at St. Mary's, but she was in the office next to me at the time. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and happy birthday to Kyle. Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association, Avuda, Karen Sabers.
Good evening. I wasn't ready. I was thinking everybody would be dismissed and then I would go. So, all right. Good evening, Superintendent Nelson, board members, cabinet, and audience. We have officially made it through the first month of school. Yay. Last week, I had the pleasure of doing first classroom walkthroughs with Mr. Conrad, and I thoroughly enjoyed that experience. It was exciting to see the students actively engaged and enjoying their learning. I look forward to doing this on a monthly basis and seeing all the great things happening in the classrooms. We had our first community schools cohort meeting last week where we worked towards finalizing the needs assessment. It was very productive and we were able to meet our newest members. Yesterday, I was able to join Nelson Lopez, our new TOA for community schools at Rancho Verde, to speak with the teachers about their school working towards becoming a community school, what a community school is, and how they can become involved. It was a very positive experience. Tomorrow is our first negotiating meeting. I'm looking forward to the new process, though, where Avuda, CSEA, and management come together before going off into our separate groups and having discussion there. We are also looking forward to the new 2 administrators that are joining our team, and Jeremiah being one of the leads. Remember, with IBB, we are all one team with 2 leads. On the 16th, the entire exec board and our 2 new administrators will be able to participate in a 1-day IBB training so that they can understand the new negotiating process. So we're excited about that. Tomorrow, we will have our first of 3 insurance meetings with Potential Trust. As you probably heard, we were not able to obtain a quote from SEBA again this year. Although that is very disheartening news, we have 3 other prospects to meet with. We will be meeting with CalPERS tomorrow, VIBA, and REAP soon to come. We must walk away with one of these meetings with affordable insurance that meets the needs of everyone. Otherwise, well, we can't think of the otherwise. We have to keep putting out positive vibes. At the end of this month, AVUDA will be sending 15 teachers to the SPED conference in Orange County. I will be attending and learning alongside them so that I can better support them with their needs. AVUDA is excited to be able to be sending that many. Tim Holgrefe and I will be running or are running for CTA state council positions. There are 4 positions available between our district, Victor High, Victor Elementary, and Adelanto. Possibly Hesperia, I'm not sure about that one. But we hope to gain 2 of those positions so that AVUDA has 2 votes at the state level and more voice. We will also be placed on committees where we will be able to have a voice in that decision-making as well. To all the teachers here and that are listening, please place your votes. And then I want to, I don't know if I'm understanding or misunderstanding, but I do want to address agenda item 27, which is approving scripts to be used for high school performing art shows. So bear with me if I'm misunderstanding this, this agenda item. But I just want to, my job as president is to be here for the teachers, advocate, and allow their voice to be heard as well. And if we are voting, you know, I noticed that Granite Hills is on there for their 2 upcoming plays. And I just want to encourage if I'm understanding it correctly and the board is voting to approve these performances, then I just want to encourage you to please make the approval. That's why I said I might be misunderstanding. I'm not sure. But there's a lot that goes into the process. Starts back in March where they pick the performances and then have to order everything. They've already cast the members and are practicing at this point. And as I met with the drama teacher, she informed me that there are only certain things that can be removed from these performances, and that she does remove what she can, and other things they don't pay attention to or put a lot of emphasis on. But she does make lists and sends them out to the teachers and puts on there what she has removed and what she cannot remove so that there are no surprises when the performances happen. They also do some intimacy coaching, which if they have to hug or kiss, they want to make sure that all students are comfortable with that. And so they do the intimacy coaching to make sure that they feel safe and okay with that. But if I'm understanding it correctly, I just encourage you to please vote to approve these performances because they do put a lot of work into them. And she even has a senior that waited to graduate so they could be in this next performance. Thank you for your time and have a wonderful rest of your evening. In solidarity, Karen.
Thank you so much, Karen. I am not going to release the students because I really want you to listen to the presentation from the Footsteps to Freedom before I let you guys go. I want you guys to know what your teachers did this summer. So bear with us as we go through the process. Will the clerk please read out any action taken in closed session?
Sure, thank you. So in closed session, the board approved the following items. Approved the proposal settlement agreement regarding case number CIV-SB 2227023. And it was on a motion by Opara, a second by RC. Vote was unanimous. The second item we approved was appoint Joseph Coley as Dean of Students, Phoenix Academy, Range 7, Column 1, on the certificated management salary schedule, 195 base duty days, effective September 23rd, 2024. And that was a motion by RC, a second by Bender, and it was unanimous votes. So those
And-
two items.
And if he's in the audience, will you please stand so we'll know who you
There it
are?
is.
Thank you. Thank you.
He went from, if I remember the story, he went from a high school dropout to a PhD. So you were well-rounded. Thank you. And you are a graduate of Apple Valley. Well, no, you didn't graduate from Apple Valley, but you did attend for a while. For a while, yeah. Now you're back. Well, welcome. We're glad to see you.
Thank you.
Rio Vista graduate, yeah. There you go.
Okay, the board,
Congratulations, doctor.
the board may approve the agenda as is or add or pull items from the consent agenda for discussion and action. I need a motion.
I'll move the item.
All in favor?
Aye.
Now we go to recognition. We need to recognize somebody and the board will need to come out to the front.
The board can either come forward or they can stand there and he can come along and shake your hands if that's easier, whatever you prefer. Okay, we got it. We got you, Mr. Bender. Looks like others are coming out. Officer Gotti, can you come and join me at the podium? This is something new for us. And for those of you who have watched us with our police department, many of you don't know the process by which we hire a police officer. It takes a little bit, almost a year, to complete all the background checks and all of the things that are required. Even if they're in another department, we still have to do all of those things to get somebody into our department. And so when we finally get the approval that they've met all the conditions, we do a swearing in. Well, those swearing ins don't necessarily match our board agenda dates. And so instead of holding somebody off and not bringing them on, it's important for us to get them sworn in. And the board asks that as we do this in the future, that we bring them to a board meeting and actually introduce them. And I think it's a wonderful idea. We have not sworn in an officer in quite some time, except for a reserve last year that had been with us for some time. People recognized her, but we are thrilled to start this process with Officer Gotti, and he will be joining us with a long tenure of police work. So we're excited. Welcome.
Welcome aboard.
While I get connected, if I could ask Theda Smith to join me just briefly. Thank you. If you'll just wait a moment, we'll bring you forward. I just wanted to give you a little background and then we'll bring you forward for this recognition and the next one. And so I'll give you just a moment to sit back down. I'm going to actually just briefly ask folks in the audience to stand so that you know who we're talking about. We'll ask them to sit, and then we'll get you together and we'll give them a certificate in just a moment. But if we could ask Kylie Caudell, Anna Hosky, Jessica David, and Justin Barkdale to stand for just a moment. Just give them a round of applause. And if they'll sit down, I'll tell you why you're clapping. Well, any of you who know them already know why. They're unbelievable. But Trinae and Cabinet and I, we come up with crazy ideas for summer. And then Theta and the rest of our team, we fill a board with, well, first of all, illegible writing about all the things we think staff need before they start school. And as you heard earlier, the startup was great. It felt good this year. We felt prepared and ready. And we're feeling that as we walk classrooms. Well, none of that happens without careful considerations of what new teachers need, about how our family reunion is going to be organized. And we can dream all the dreams, but unless we have these folks to make it happen, it just doesn't work. So a little bit of background. We have kind of two strands going during that really intense 2 weeks and almost a half of time starting July 22nd. And I know you were there on some of those days to come and welcome new teachers and to visit. We start off with something we call unsung heroes, the clerical teams. We bring in our managers for this family reunion. And then all the while, there's a staff strand happening at the same time. New teachers and counselors welcome to the system. Returning teachers coming for training on a wide variety of topics. Classified support staff coming for opening meetings with the CSAs and others. All of those align to the priority metrics. Everyone carefully vetted. So Theta helped gather some of the numbers, over 1,400 participants, more than the number of staff, because some people attended a couple of things, but some of the trainings were a week long, right? Sometimes they were there, and that's just counted them once. Over 80 sessions, 7 different locations all around the district. There's 300 miles driven by these folks as they delivered things, handouts, coffee, snacks, so that every time someone showed up, whether it was the town of Apple Valley or another school site or here, that they had what they needed to make sure that was a good learning experience, which required over 100 gallons of coffee, hundreds of trays of snacks with an impressive number of granola bars, thousands of books and handouts. And the books are in boxes, and they're in our curriculum center, and Theta and her team are trucking them. And every time I showed up somewhere to help, they'd laugh and say, "Where were you 15 minutes ago when I was unloading the boxes?" They did it with a smile. Everything was on time, and it was just incredible. And that last item is so critical. Detailed sign-in sheets so that everyone who came, and if it wasn't a work day, that they were paid for that time. And so special attention was given. Meals were provided for family reunion. It was important to us to make sure that people were comfortable there. The new teacher meetings, as you saw, just were filled with joy and a really strong welcome. And I'll just let you take a look at some of the comments. We surveyed the new teachers a couple of weeks after. And this was just a snapshot of some of the things they said about that 5-day startup. It was just a strong way to really welcome them to Apple Valley and to get a sense of who we are. And none of that happens without the curriculum instruction department and these 4 individuals. And so while you're looking at those, if you would make your way to the front here, we'd like to honor the 4 people who made this happen, and we'll call them up one at a time and let you shake their hands. Come on up. Mr. Bender, you can stay if you want. Yep.
So I just want to point out that I have a set of certificates and Pat has a set of certificates, because guess what? When Kylie sees something on the board agenda, she makes the certificates. So she came to me this afternoon and she said, "Trinae, I didn't know somebody else was making the certificates, but I made some." So I brought them just so you could see that this is how she operates. She doesn't even get asked. She just takes care of business, which is why I stand and show up at board meetings, because she tells me to.
And the 2 people I would have asked, I'm honoring, so I couldn't ask Anna or Jessica or Kylie. But I found a 4th person.
So they get 2.
Let me get mine in order. That's right. Oh my goodness. I sure do. Receiving 2 certificates tonight. Please a round of applause for Kylie Caudell. My absolute right hand, who makes all this happen and always thinks of the things I should think of before I forget them, Anna Hosky. Even when her truck wouldn't start, she showed up with the items. Jessica David. And always quick with a better way to do something and a system to build, Justin Barkdole.
All right, I am going to go out of order for a minute. There will be a presentation on Footsteps to Freedom.
I'm only here to introduce the presentation. We had the great pleasure of sending a team to this wonderful event. And so Mariana Torres is going to come up and kind of give some background, introduce the team who's been preparing to share with you their experience. So if Mariana would join me here, she's going to kind of guide us through this. And from what I've heard, you're going to need to keep tissue handy. This is quite a moving experience that these folks had.
Good evening, everyone. You guys are in for a treat today. I have had the honor and pleasure of making sure that everybody got to where they needed to go. That's really actually hostess with the mostest is all I got on this one. The board last year gave us a homework assignment to send some teachers. 10 teachers is what we started with. This was a voluntary, immersive learning experience. For 8 days, they actually followed the footsteps of the Underground Railroad all the way from Kentucky to actually Ontario, Canada, and even New York. This expanded across 3,000 miles. And for 8 days, they walked those steps. They learned those lessons. And I actually just had the privilege of listening to them prepare this presentation, and I needed tissue, so I can only imagine actually being there in person. I see in the audience we actually have Hardy Brown. I saw him somewhere.
Yes,
Hardy Brown II, thank you for being with us. He's actually the person who put steps to freedom together. And I want to invite up Meritus Killian, Tim Haltgrich, Nani Buchanan, Ellen Burke, Jennifer Lovelady, Charlie Quesada, Jeff Rydell. Louise Harrington could not be with us tonight because she was ill, but she actually put this presentation together as well. So you'll hear her words as well. And then we also had the privilege of having Ms. Maria Opara our board president there. And I have to say, I was also surprised to see Amanda in some of the pictures. I was like, Amanda was there too. And then I heard you talk about it last month. So I just want to recognize what an amazing opportunity this was. They have everything to tell you and some amazing pictures to share. So I'm going to turn it over to them.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Meritus Killian, also known as Louise Harrington. So what you see in front of you, I'd like to direct your attention to the young boy. There's a young boy in that picture to the left and in front of you. We're going to start the bidding a little higher with him. Do you know why? Because that was his mama we just sold in the previous bid. And you saw how strong she was. Good bone structure. So you know that this boy is going to grow up and be strong one day. He is an investment. Never mind those tears, though. They'll dry up once he's away from his mama and working on your farm. Now, let's begin the bidding. After many disclaimers of, you will not do this in your classrooms, by the footstep conductors, we were led through a mock slave auction. With it being one of our first activities, we were jarred into realizing this trip was not a mere vacation. For me, Louise, the situation was surreal. Some of those being auctioned off during the simulation could not make eye contact with me. I didn't know whether to speak up or to stay silent. No option seemed right. The lawn where the auctions actually took place had a courthouse on one side, a church on the other, and the prominent houses all around. It was loud and public. We referred to the church as the church with no stairs, as you can see to the right. The church with no stairs because it had two doors, one on top of the other. The upper one required a ladder to enter. Slave owners would secure a ladder, march their enslaved up to the second level, then remove the ladder so they could worship without wondering if someone would escape. It was in this square that Harriet Beecher Stowe, horrified by what she saw during these auctions, was inspired to write Uncle Tom's Cabin. As an English teacher, stories are powerful to enrich students' lives. One particular story resonated with me, and this is me speaking. It was about runaway slave Eliza Harris. Harriet Beecher Stowe found Eliza's story so compelling, she fictionalized it in Uncle Tom's Cabin. She uses Eliza's story to highlight the devastating impact slavery had on families. You'll see that the picture on the bottom left. Eliza Harris, a mother desperate to keep her child from being sold into slavery, runs away in the dead of winter. Clutching her baby, she escapes the slave state of Kentucky, crosses the treacherous Ohio River on fragile ice patches. Every step fraught with terror, knowing she could easily fall into the icy river. Awaiting her on the banks of Ohio was slave catcher Chancey Shaw, not known at all for being sympathetic. But upon capture, he released her. And he said, any woman who crossed that river carrying her baby has won her freedom. We had the opportunity to retrace her steps. We began at the banks of the Ohio River and climbed the steep, slippery path through the thick foliage, as you can see in the four middle pictures. We were caught in a sudden downpour, making our journey somewhat treacherous, forcing some to crawl uphill on hands and knees. As we climbed the stone steps and wooden stairs to aid us, the weight of history was extremely heavy, knowing that Eliza and other countless runaway slaves had none of these comforts. So what you see in those four pictures, they weren't there. Some of us, not me, reenacted the climb barefoot, honoring the unimaginable hardship. Reaching the Rankin House and touching its door was deeply symbolic and profoundly emotional. For many of us, it gave new meaning to the phrase, standing on the shoulders of our ancestors. Excuse me. Sorry. Our freedom was earned by the immense amount of blood, sweat, tears, and lives sacrificed. As a teacher, these stories of sacrifice and resilience must be told to enrich students' learning in a deeper and meaningful way as they help us to understand each other in the world we share. Thank you.
At the John Rankin House, we learned a little more about his life and how he risked his safety and the safety and security of his family to save over 2,000 enslaved people through the Underground Railroad. He would light a candle in his window, letting them know that when it was safe to come. And as part of that town's history, many houses have candles in the windowsills in remembrance of this. And that was astonishing to see. Elsewhere in the town of Ripley, we visited the house of the former slave, John P. Parker, which was his dream home that he built himself. It is now a museum, and like many others, he was also sold and separated from his family at age 8 to a Mobile, Alabama family where, like Frederick Douglass's story, John Parker was illegally taught how to read and write. And what struck me most about his story was not only his dedication to education and to earn his own freedom, but how he continued to risk his life to save others. At first, John Parker was very hesitant to risk his hard-earned freedom for the service of others. As a family man, he risked his life by making several trips across the Ohio River to help others escape to freedom, knowing if caught, he'd once again find himself enslaved. This also put his family members at risk. At the John Parker House, we also learned the story of Colonel Charles Young. Since education was the key to saving Parker's life, he made sure to pass this forward to the younger generation. We all learned that he would have 7 local children tutored in his home after school. One of these kids was Charles Young, who would grow up to be the 3rd African-American to graduate from West Point and the highest ranking African-American in the US military upon his death in 1922. My lesson from this trip was that history isn't inevitable. Maybe sometimes we read history and fall into this trap of complacency and naivety, like naively believing that historical forces are predetermined somehow. That we forget how powerful the agent for change can be in a simple individual with the courage to speak up. The belief that things of politics are out of our control is not only historically inaccurate, it can be anti-democratic and dangerous position to take for our future generations. What if everyone thought that way? Any one of the individuals I mentioned could have just accepted their lot in life, that, their enslavement was inevitable and that is just the way things are. Since this trip, I am more civically engaged in my community. I am more motivated than ever to empower the voices of my students. And as a lifelong learner, I value the courage and promise education has in improving the wrongs we see in society. And it is a deep and spiritual lesson that cannot be read about, but only experienced.
I'm a former racist, drug addict, and convicted felon. Do I have your attention now? Those are the words that George Sedbury told to the assembled educators when we visited Wilberforce University. He told us a story about basically growing up racist and then being addicted to opioids and finding himself in prison. While he was in prison, he actually met friends of other nationalities and races, and he started to kind of get the first inklings of what he was taught as a child wasn't necessarily the way that the world is. During his time, he found out he was a really good storyteller, and a lot of friends he made weren't really good at reading and writing. So what he ended up doing was reading stories about Black history and telling those stories to his cellmates. During that time, he was inspired when he got out to take a walk across America to visit HBCUs and share and educate people about Black history. So we met him randomly. I don't think any other tour did. And it was really inspiring to see how he's changed his life and how learning about Black history empowered him to learn how to be a better person. So we want to make sure that we also share these stories with our students because it's really important that we understand that Black history is US history. All right. We also got a chance to visit the Ford Museum in Detroit. One of the things I like about this is the idea that there's so much American history there. And again, that Black history is a part of it. We saw Rosa Parks' bus. We saw the car that JFK was shot in. We saw the chair that Lincoln got shot in. A lot of people that died ended up getting their possessions in this place. But one of the things I really took away from this is if other educators are allowed to go on this trip as we were, it's a really powerful, transformative experience that I really hope that they can experience and take with them. Because, man, I don't think any of us are the same after being on this trip. So.
Okay, this was our visit to the Charles Wright Museum. Our visit to this museum of African American history was one of the most emotional experiences for myself and many of us on this tour. This is a place deeply rooted in the truths of our past. The museum is not merely a collection of artifacts, but a solemn testament to the struggles and triumphs that define our history. Walking through its exhibits, we were confronted with the harsh realities of slavery, segregation, and systemic injustice. The museum's displays do not shy away from the pain and the hardship experienced by those enslaved. Prior to this experience, I had heard about the horrific and unimaginable stories, but on this day, the reality came alive through vivid images and the haunting sounds of voices crying out for help from atop and below the ship deck. As we descended below deck, bodies lay closely packed in a dark, damp space, devoid of comfort or consultation. It was a stark reminder of the absence of humanity. When we reached the final body, we were instructed to touch the person's head. This was the acknowledgement of not only a real soul, but a connection to another human being. This broke me and transformed my experience as a human. In acknowledging both the suffering and achievements documented here, we are called to carry forward the lessons of the past with sincerity. Let us engage with this experience, mindful of the real and sometimes painful history it reflects, and commit to honoring that legacy through our actions and our lives.
What you're seeing here is the Middle Passage, and as we previously spoke about, these are the bodies that were nestled together, the ones that were kidnapped from the banks of Africa. The Middle Passage was brutal. It was a part of the triangular trade system, and it transported Africans across the Atlantic Ocean to the Americas and West Indies. The number of kidnapped Africans that departed range in about 10 to 15 million. It's a very vague number. Of that amount, between the 1500s and the 19th century, of that amount, only about an estimated 2 million make it to the shores of North America, to the colonies, and then later to the what is the United States. The ones that make it to the United States try as desperate as possible to maintain their own African heritage, what traditions they know or remember, and then their heritage and their culture gets blended into the United States, into plantation life, and what becomes their new culture. There are record stories, oral traditions of groups that have come within those 2 million, specifically the Igbo people that have a deep ancestral belief of kinfolk and family, a reverence to their ancestors, and are often
talked about and stories that are told about them walking into the water, because according to their oral tradition, by the water spirits we came, and by the water spirits we will be taken home. I was specifically captivated by the fact that throughout these brutal tradition or brutal parts of their kidnapping, that they still try to maintain their culture, that throughout everything that they're going through and all of their desperation, they're trying to maintain their culture in this new place. So what you see here is just a schematic picture. And then this will bring you to Detroit, Michigan. The man that you see standing in the red shirt is the official historian of Detroit. And he was the one taking us around and guiding us through a few specific neighborhoods. So right now I'd like for you to close your eyes and picture life after World War II. You've served in World War II honorably, and by the grace of God, you've made it home. This is well after the 14th Amendment, and you've decided to migrate your family north to Detroit to start a family. You've saved, and you want to buy a house. In this era of post-war prosperous America, you want to take part in this new economy and the American dream. Now it's finally time to sign your mortgage papers, and you can open your eyes. What you're being told is that you don't have the qualifications for this loan package, and that your loan is risky. And you'll be given a 10% loan. You'll be able to buy your house, but at a 10% loan, while your white neighbors are going to be given a 2% FHA loan and even VA options. This particular neighborhood is known as 8 Mile, and maybe you may have heard of it because it is part of a very popular rap song that Eminem wrote about this neighborhood. In the early 40s and 50s, this particular neighborhood had 2 separate communities. One on one side of the wall, the white community, and the other on the other side is the community in Briarwood. This area was specifically known for systematic racism known as redlining. So what we saw here with this wall is that the wall was placed, and I had to write this down because I knew I wasn't going to be able to see it. The wall was placed to make sure that there were not inharmonious racial groups living together. And they're worried about that up until about 1950. It's at that point that this wall is starting to separate not only communities, but society in not only a way that's emotional, but physical. For me, this wall kind of bothered me. It got me really upset. And walls are made to either keep people out or keep people in. Either way, these groups were not allowed to experience the American dream at the high interest rates, nor were they able to move, buy second and third homes, or create any kind of generational wealth. So for me, this particular wall is where we all kind of gathered in this park to look at these 2 neighborhoods and to be able to see that 2 miles up the street, there was a completely different type of community that had been built, and that these individuals that were living just 3 miles away were not really given the opportunity to make their community flourish. And for me, that just reaffirmed my desire to make my community flourish. So thank you for the opportunity to let us go.
So I just want to warn you, I'm actually the crier of the group, so I'm going to try and hold it together. We'll see. I don't know, but Meredith's cried, so probably I'm not going to be able to do it. Okay. All right. So I'm going to add on to what she just said and tell you that as I was standing in that neighborhood in Detroit, and it was literally, we walked through the neighborhood that had originally been the black side of that, which is now, by the way, a huge community mural, but the wall is still there. And it wasn't even a mile or two down the road. It was literally on the other side of the wall. The difference between the two neighborhoods just rocked me. I was furious. And I know we talked about it, all of us were just furious standing there because we had been through so many historical sites at that point and so many things. And this was very different. This was very urban. It was very current. It was literally still standing there, not as something that was preserved, but something that is literally still there. And it was just impossible to not have a really visceral reaction to standing at that wall. So I'm going to talk now. Now I'm going to make myself cry. Okay. By the time we left Detroit and headed into Canada, my heart and my mind were incredibly heavy with so many stories, to the point where I didn't think that I could hold much of anything more. As we approached the Walls family farm, which you guys are seeing in these pictures, which is just on the other side of Canada, but it's kind of off the beaten path and hidden away a little bit. You could easily, it's a really small, unassuming spot that you could easily miss if you weren't paying attention, if you weren't looking for it. And we saw a simple wooden sign that declared where the Underground Railroad had its end. So this farm is owned and maintained by Dr. Brian Walls, who's the great-great-grandson of John Freeman Walls, an enslaved person who made it all the way to Canada, like created a homestead and created a safe place for people to go if they made it across, right? He and his wife, Anna, greeted us. They told us some of the history of this hidden sanctuary. They pointed out this large cart that you can see in that picture. And then they explained that it has a shallow false bottom because it was designed to smuggle a family of 4 into their area. And they're actually, they have it preserved there for you to see, right? And it's parked in front of this old barn. And as we walk into this barn, we approach a doorway, and there was another sign over that doorway, which read Doorway to Freedom. And for me, walking through that doorway, you can see it, it's the bottom right-hand picture, was one of the most transformative experiences I think I've ever had. It was a literal threshold into something different, into this small clearing that was on the other side of that doorway. And I felt for the first time since we set on this journey at 3 a.m. 7 days earlier, I finally felt hope. And there was this calm that overcame us. We had a few minutes to sit and think and reflect. And believe me, the journey to this place was nonstop. And I have Achilles tendonitis in both of my feet to attest to it. I'm not kidding, right? We were going 14 hours a day, 16 hours a day. And even when we had the chance to sleep, our minds were so heavy and our hearts were so heavy, and we had so many things that were going on. So that was hope. But Canada was not done with us yet, because from there we went a short distance to a settlement called Buxton, which was built by and for escaped African American freedom seekers who had made it to Canada. And in Buxton, we had to digest. We had time to digest, reflect, absorb. In addition, we were also given the opportunity to handle and experience different artifacts from this entire enterprise. And one of them was a large iron collar that was commonly placed around the necks of enslaved people as a form of security, as the large bells at the top of those iron prongs would make a loud jangle if you even moved, let alone tried to run, right? And I have to say, I'm going to read this because I'm going to cry if I don't, but seeing that collar, okay, the weight of that collar, both literally and figuratively, is something that I will never, ever forget in my life. It was so heavy, you couldn't let go of it because it hurt so bad. It was resting on your collarbones, and it was very heavy. But for me, seeing that collar placed on the necks of my colleagues was even more difficult. To see their faces, to see that experience for them, it was hard for me it was impossible to watch somebody else go through it. So that moment transformed me forever. And then I want to say that I think that is one of the moments of many, but one of the main moments that bonded us. And now we are closer. We have an understanding and a feeling of family with each other that I don't know if I could have with people who weren't through this experience, because that's how profound it was. And we know now that we have each other, we experience it together, and we understand. And that's something really, really precious. And it's part of our community as a learning community, part of our family as a learning community. Okay, I'm going to stop on learning.
This is where we stopped at Seneca Falls in New York. This was the women's suffrage part of the tour. Specifically, I wanted to focus on the story of Anne Marie Douglas and Rosetta Douglas. Prior to this, you hear about Frederick Douglass and the amazing person that he was, but you don't often hear about the women in these stories. So today we honor Anne Marie Douglas and her daughter Rosetta Douglas, two extraordinary women whose lives were intertwined with the struggle for freedom and equity. Anne Marie Douglas, born in 1813, played a pivotal role in her husband Frederick Douglass's escape from slavery, using her savings to support his journey to freedom. Despite facing immense challenges, Anna supported Frederick's abolitionist work while managing their household and raising their children. Their daughter Rosetta grew up immersed in the abolitionist movement and went on to become a passionate advocate for women's suffrage. She worked alongside prominent suffragists and ensured that the voices of African American women were heard in the fight for voting rights. The stories of Anna and Rosetta Douglas exemplify the interconnected struggles for racial and gender equality. They remind us that the fight for freedom and suffrage is ongoing and that their legacies inspire us to continue striving for equality for all.
Harriet Tubman, popularized as a movie. Many of you have seen it. She's more than that. And that's what I learned about Harriet Tubman. What a woman. I tell you, she's a woman. Footsteps to Freedom's experience revealed more than her just being a conductor on the Underground Railroad. She embodied resilience of the human spirit. And despite having absolutely nothing, she made something of her life. No formal education. She could not read nor write. She lived most of her life with seizures due to a traumatic head injury caused by her owner. She was considered the Moses of the Underground Railroad. At age 27, she escaped to freedom, but she risked her own life on 13 or more occasions and brought back and helped runaway slaves escape to freedom. Beyond these contributions, did you know she has an extensive, very extensive resume? She was a military leader during the Civil War for the Union. She held different capacities as a nurse, a spy, a scout. She led armed raids because she knew the territory and to weaken the Confederacy. She was a suffragist. She worked alongside most famous suffragette, Susan B. Anthony, in order to support abolition of slavery and also women's voting rights. She was a homeowner in a time when Black women didn't own anything. And she purchased her home from Secretary of State William Seward in 1859. And she was a business owner. She opened up Harriet Tubman's Home for the Aged, and that is where she passed away at age 91. Harriet Tubman believed in the power of every individual to shape history. Her story is vital to students as it shows the power of determination and the impact one person can have no matter their beginnings. Born as an uneducated slave, she became a beacon of justice, equality, and freedom. Her life inspires students to persevere and stand up for these timeless values. And this needs to continue. She is, like I said, what a woman. Very inspiring. Thank you.
Okay, sneak, that's why I didn't know. All right, so each evening, when we were back on the buses, the Footsteps organizers, who are amazing, by the way, but they would ask us to reflect on the approximately like 190 to 200 things we'd done that day, and we'd seen and we'd learned. But on this day, they had asked us to think about and write about our reason, our reason. So one of our many stops was at this cemetery, which I believe was in Maysville, Kentucky. Is that right? Okay. Maysville, Kentucky, where our entire group spread out and we created this giant ring of educators, right? 100 teachers out there holding hands. And we were at the monument of a man who dedicated his life to this kind of education and who we did not get the opportunity to meet because he passed away recently. But we were there to honor what he started and what he did. His name was Jerry Gore. And in doing this, as we're holding hands, each of us shared the name of someone that we had lost, and just the sheer number of parents and grandparents and children and siblings. The name I said was my sister's, and cousins and friends that we mourned was really overwhelming. And for me, I want to say the reason that I went, the reason I went on this trip was to remind me that every single one of my students and my coworkers and my community, everybody has a story and everybody has struggles and everybody has conflicts and everybody has pain. And that's something that I will remind myself of every day when I'm in my classroom and when maybe I'm frustrated with kids not wanting to focus and pay attention to what I'm doing, or when they're not succeeding at the way that I want them to, like to know that they have stories, to take that into account and to honor their stories as well. It is me again, right? I'm not walking away. This is the last one though, for me. All right. So I have to say that perhaps the greatest surprise, which by the way, I don't think we said this, almost none of us knew anything about this trip before we got there. We showed up at 3:00 in the morning to get on a plane and to go with these people that we did not know and do stuff that we had no idea what we were going to be doing. We had a general idea, but that was it. And one of the things I will never forget, amazing surprise, is that one of these amazing, inspirational educators, Kenneth Morris, is actually the great, great, great grandson of Frederick Douglass and the great, great grandson of Booker T. Washington.
Wow.
And he was with us on the entire trip. And I have to tell you, there's nothing like and Hardy Brown as well. Like, we had the best docents, we had historians, we had real life people guiding us on this whole trip. And I have goosebumps right now, even thinking about the electricity of that. We went and saw the Frederick Douglass Memorial with his great, great, great grandson. That's all I have to say about that. But actually, that's not all I have to say about that. One more thing here. So this trip was obviously a very profound experience for me. I realize most of what I'm telling you is my own experience, and I apologize for that. But it was so filled with people and stories that seem way too often to get buried or even just forgotten. We don't know them. And I will tell you that as a person who was born in California, only lived here for 8 days, but moved to Arizona, not that far away, raised in Arizona, educated in Nevada, Arizona, and California, I have to say that most of the stories, most of the places we went, most of the things that I saw, I did not know. I was not taught. And possibly that's because my teachers themselves didn't know these stories. But I do want to say, I think we don't live a few blocks away from this stuff. Our kids don't see all of these places, these monuments. They don't see all of these things around them every day. That is not their life here. But I feel like they're not walking in history every day. This was a walk in history every place we went. But I will say it is a history that I should know, and it's also history that they should know. And if I, as an educator with 25 years of experience, did not know these things, and the frequent topic of conversation for us was that none of us knew them. None of us really knew so much of this. So that's a really important thing to think about, I would say. Right. If what we're here for is for our kids and for our community, I think that's a really important thing for us to talk about and for us as a group to recognize as we were going through this experience. Okay, I'm done now.
And then real quickly, we were talking before that they used his hand for the statue. So that's kind of cool. So first I want to talk a little bit about the people in the picture. This is the team of Footsteps of Freedom. Great team. And the two people in the middle are Dr. Paulette Brown and Mr. Hardy Brown. And they're the ones that spearhead this very informative trip. And you know, of course, and there was a lot of thought and effort that they put into it. And, you know, they couldn't make it a life-threatening, you know, trip, right? But they did let us live in being uncomfortable and live in vulnerability to deepen our understanding of, you know, all the other things that happened during this time. And so, for example, even in the itinerary, you know, having, you know, like they were saying, we had very long days. We would wake up really early and go to sleep really late, and we were always on the go. There was a new hotel every day. We were living out of our suitcase, and you know, it was to kind of again, you know, very small a sense of what they might have gone through. You know, of course, you know, we had a bed, we had food, we had shoes, but to see like how on the move you were, how constant it was, and it was difficult, even being in the bus for hours and having your body hurt and just imagine like, wow, like I'm struggling. Can you imagine how it was for them? Like it was, you had a better understanding of it. So it became a lot more real to feel that. And then we also had the gift exchange, which was kind of like the culminating part of the whole trip. And you were given a name. And, you know, like the Underground Railroad, it was a network, right? And so you didn't know who your person was, right? It was about 100 of us. So you didn't know everyone right away, right? And we're all from different districts. But it was really cool because, you know, as we talked about, you get to really know each other and almost become a family in a sense. That the people that sat with me in the bus, they were kind of helping me find my person, and they're like, oh, we know who it is. So it was cool to have those interactions and that kind of like chain of information. And then again, you know, out of your comfort zone, getting to know this person, you know, that you don't know and put yourself out there, right? So very cool experience to end that way. And then the other thing I wanted to mention was when I first went on this trip, you know, we were going to end in Canada, well, New York, but go up to Canada. And, you know, I had heard of the Fugitive Slave Act before. I remember hearing about it, but I hadn't really clicked. It didn't click in my mind until this trip. Because I was thinking, I was like, why are we going all the way to Canada? And to know, you know, we know the free states and we know the slave states, but, you know, it wasn't until the Fugitive Slave Act that it didn't matter if you were in a free state, they would still come get you and you would still go back to the slave state. And so that's why Canada became the true North. And so that was kind of like, you know, an aha moment for me. And, you know, I usually teach summer school in the summer. And as you know, we have Juneteenth off. And so I make it a point to, you know, do a little quick lesson with my kids about why we have the day off. And, you know, after this trip, I'm realizing that I'm like barely covering the surface. Like I feel like I'm doing an injustice. So this trip definitely makes me feel that I need to be better.
All right.
Let's give them another round of applause because this was a voluntary trip that they took to walk those steps. And I have to tell you, I had goosebumps as I'm listening to all of your stories and the things that you lived through. Yes, Miss Opara.
Because I'm the last.
You're the last one. You get to do that
the
part.
last
Yes. I just wanted to say thank you. So
Thank
we're
you so
going to
much.
let you go.
So I'm going to have my comment. I'm not sure if I can quite handle it. I'll give it a try. So participating on this trip is one I will not forget in the short time I have on this earth. It will not be possible if the district did not take the chance to send these teachers to work in the footsteps of these enslaved people. But I want to take the time to thank Mr. Hardy Brown, his sister, Dr. Paulette Brown, our tour guides, Dr. Walker, Dr. Morris, Ken Morris, and the other tour guides. When I planned for this trip, I had no idea what to expect or what emotions I had suppressed. Because as you see, I'm from Africa, so I don't have that experience. Our group took different routes, but visited same sites. It was when we returned that I found out that we didn't start in the same spot. We heard and felt the cries of these humans that are ancestors of our Black students, of our African American students. No ethnic group has gone through so many name changes as the African Americans, and yet history continues to relegate their history and their story to a sanitized information. How many of us will celebrate when we see a lost child on the road and point them away from their home? How many African Americans can trace their birth dates and anniversaries of their ancestors? I can, because I didn't have that history. How many African Americans know their ancestors down to the 10th generation? I can, but this was robbed of them. What is the fear in giving them factual information about their history and the journey their ancestors took in chains? These educators who took this trip while giving up portions of their summer to learn firsthand and to share the impact, they share a DNA with me. And I don't say it carelessly. You all share DNA with me. Let me tell you the impact it had on me, and perhaps you will have an understanding. I was really quiet through the whole trip because I wanted to get a better understanding of this journey. I didn't want to go, but Amanda Buchanan selected me. And so by selecting me, I had no choice but to go and find out for myself, because I knew the history, what I thought the history was, which is very far from the truth. I took the trip up Rankin Hill, and mind you, I already heard about Rankin Hill from the trainings that we had. So I took a real comfortable pair of sneakers so that I can at least manage climbing the hill. I thought it was a little hill. I thought it was like climbing Yakaloma Road, but it was not. It was a hill with steps that are not even. Some steps were made out of rocks that could slide. Some steps were made out of wood. Some steps were out of the way. Some of the members of the group were way younger than me. I think I was the oldest in the group. So I kept saying, I'm going to go through this hill because I want to experience it. I got to a point on the hill, my knees buckled. But they did not carry me. because they wanted me to go through it. I don't remember who the gentlemen were, but they literally picked me up and stood me on my feet, and I continued to climb that hill. I struggled to go up that hill, and by the time I got up to the top of the hill, I sent a text to the superintendent that this is the first time I have felt what cotton mouth is about. Because I could not, my saliva was non-existent. Imagine an enslaved person trying to escape to freedom with people pursuing him or her or their children, and they're falling off those hills and can't make it. Imagine what would have happened if they were recaptured. My breaking point happened when we got to the Wright Museum. I had locked everything in and did not want to experience it. I wanted to just keep going. But the leaders of the group decided that I should go in the front. So I walked in front and had no idea what to expect. And then it came to when I had to touch the heads of the enslaved people in that dungeon and the cries. And during that period, I, sitting in front of you here, heard them cry in my language, and I could not go beyond that. They literally had me sitting down because I'm Igbo, like it was described. We would rather die in an ocean than to be captured. So these people were in that place where they are stuck. I heard the cries. I heard the battering when they were discussing how to sell this and how not to sell this, all in my language. So my journey to that trip made me realize the importance of humanity looking out for each other. Because in that whole journey, we are talking about what happened to the African Americans. Let us not forget there were Caucasian men and women who were also trying to help them out. So it wasn't just a Black issue. There were white people who were trying to save people from being enslaved, who endangered their own children and their own wives and their own homes to make this a possibility. So as I sit here and I look in this audience, and I think all of you hear me every time on this board meeting, and I make sure that you realize that when I see you, I do not see anything but somebody that shares my DNA. I don't see it. And I'm hoping that when we are out of this kind of a journey, that we will begin to see people as people and not the enemy. Because that was great injustice by humanity towards another. And that is the most painful part of it. So I am hoping that this district, having taken this step and having given us the opportunity to share out our experience, that we will never forget, and we will continue to send people so that they can continue to come back and see our students in a totally different set of eyes. That's all I have to say for now. You're all welcome to find any one of those fine teachers and ask them for their experience, and you wouldn't miss it. Thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to release the students so you can go to your homework. Thank you so much for staying. Yeah. Yeah. He wants to say something. Okay.
Thank you, educators, for allowing me to speak, and that was powerful and that was moving. I just drove up the hill. My name is Hardy Brown, one of the organizers. My mom started Footsteps of Freedom 30 years ago, and we've taken over 5,000 educators from all over San Bernardino, Riverside County, that have experienced something just like that. And now we've added Northern California. And one of the things we always talk about is historical empathy, learning to walk in each other's shoes. And what you just saw is exactly what we want to bring not just back into the schools, but back into our everyday life, to find out that there's always been good people who chose to be on the right side of history. And so I wanted to bring something that I personally picked up when we were on the tour this year. When they talked about going up Rankin Hill, that's the story from Uncle Tom's Cabin. And there's over 2,000 people that made it there. In that town of Brown County, Ohio, and in Ripley, Ohio, that particular area, that road is just, it's powerful. And so every time I go, I pick up a stone from the Underground Railroad. And I wanted to present this to you all to be able to have here for Apple Valley, for a keepsake, just to remember that it's always been good people who chose to be on the right side of history that look just like all of us. So I'll present
Thank
this to
you
you
so
all.
much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. We're going to go on with the presentation of the superintendent's evaluation process in alignment with the board goals designed by the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools District Governance Support Services Team.
Thank you. I would have leaned over. This is a hard presentation to do after Footsteps for Freedom, but I do think it's important, one, to just appreciate what everybody went through and what they bring back to our district and to our community in understanding. The superintendent evaluation process, this is my 6th year as superintendent, and I've never gotten to do an presentation about my evaluation. And yet this past year, we worked on changing the evaluation for this coming year to align our system. And so we felt that it was important to be transparent about the process, knowing that while the evaluation part is not public, the content of it, you're going to see some alignment that matches some of our goals within the district. So this has been front and center since I became superintendent. First year, we worked on values, dignity, community, authenticity, and service. And then, of course, the mission that is everywhere, all over the district, about what we do for students and their unique needs in behavior, academic, and social emotional, so that they're ready to support in an ever-changing world. From the system alignment that occurred, the board has always had 4 goals: safe and nurturing learning environment, academic achievement, which we added with our adoption of the Cradle to Career Roadmap for San Bernardino County. We added a comment about that. The Local Control Accountability Plan last year was in revision for a new timeline, 3-year template. And so we pulled back and said, is there a way to take the 5 goals that were part of the LCAP and put them under the 3 board goals that align with student achievement, safe and nurturing learning environment, and community and parent involvement? And Pat's team took that on and they rewrote the Local Control Accountability Plan to align. Our leadership evaluations now align with the same 4 goals, 3 goals that are focused other than the 4th goal, which is financial fiscal responsibility. But you'll see that there is some alignment there now. And then board agenda item. Did it skip 2? Here are the board goals. Safe and nurturing learning environment, student achievement aligned to the cradle to career roadmap, family and community engagement, and fiscal responsibility. Our local control accountability plan has 5 goals, but the first 3 align directly to the board goals. Safe and nurturing learning environment, student achievement aligned to the cradle and career roadmap, family and community engagement. Goal 4 and goal 5 had to be written because 3 of our school sites qualified for equity multiplier funds. And so within our LCAP, we have to identify how those funds are utilized. In goal 4, it's High Desert Premier and Apple Valley Virtual Academy because those are opportunity schools, parent choice schools. And then the equity multiplier funded school, Phoenix Academy, sits in its own goal. For the evaluation alignment, we started with mine. There's a facilitator from the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools that comes in and supports the facilitation of it. We identified what the areas of focus would be, what the measurable objectives would be, what the action steps I would take as the superintendent. The assistant superintendent evaluations are aligned as well, same format, and the principal evaluations match. The co-administrators as well, because those are all feeding school sites specifically in how we support. So under measurable objectives for safe and nurturing learning environment, we determined that every classroom would have a documented classroom management plan. It was a commitment that we made. We want our students to know what teachers expect and what the outcome if they don't match those expectations. And from a process of systems alignment, we always want kids to know, what is the expectation? Have I taught it? Do they understand it? And is it something that I can attain? And in 99% of the cases, it is there, and we see evidence of students understanding. But our target is 100% of our teachers have a classroom management plan. That's the expectation. And I'm proud to say that our principals worked diligently to collect those, because as students get sent to the office with an issue that is not resolved in the classroom, the administration will be pulling out those classroom management plans and reviewing them with students to make sure that they understand how to be successful in the classroom as well. Evidence of the management implementation plan within the classroom setting means walking through, and our expected target for this year is 80%. It's hard for me as a superintendent to say 80%, but I also know that we're in a world where we have new people to our system. We have people that change is hard, and we want to see that at least 80% of our classrooms are meeting that target of evidence that the implementation is happening. What their expectations are, students know, and the classrooms are running smoothly. In the other 20%, which is typically a lot of our newer teachers to the system, because they need time to learn, either it's our CHAMP system or a classroom management system they're comfortable with. We want to give them support to meet that target. So more on that, but by the end of the year, our expectation is 80%. And then student achievement aligned to the Cradle Career Roadmap. While everything that we do matters, we had to pick a few grade levels that we were focused on. And so for our elementary grades, according to the Cradle and Career Roadmap, 3rd grade, reading by 3rd grade is a target that we want to achieve for all students. Our current reading scores under an iReady diagnostic was 47% of our students were at grade level at the end of last year. We have placed a 5% target on that for an increase to 52%. As a superintendent, I'm hopeful that I'll see higher scores than that, but 5% seemed reasonable and appropriate, and that it's a target that we can achieve. And then likewise, increase the math at grade level by the end of 6th grade using the iReady diagnostic. And math is a much lower rate for us at 6th grade. 23% at the end of last year. Our goal is to get it to 30% by the end of this year for our sixth graders. These are predictors of how successful our students will be in the future. And then student achievement aligned to the Cradle Career Roadmap in the process that we're looking at for graduation. It's an increase of our graduation rate from 89.4% to 92% by the end of the 24-25 school year. There's a lot of things that go behind that, but in the process, it's looking at our students at the end of the first quarter to see what are they not on track to meet, and how we're going to create plans to support them. Family and community engagement. We've already had meetings, 2 different meetings with our administrative teams, working to identify what our baseline is for the expectation around community and parent involvement. Our schools do a lot of work within the community at each individual school, but we made the decision that we were going to have some baseline expectations about how many parent nights were going to be held, what types of meetings principals would hold with families, beyond just the basics. And we hit a baseline and we said, imagine you're a new principal in the district and you're told this is the minimum expectation for parent and community involvement, and we want you to design your times with your school to meet that expectation. Support family and community engagement through ongoing efforts. We have what's called the District Advisory Committee. We meet in the multi-purpose room here on this property. There are times where there are a lot of people there, and there are other times that we don't have that many people there. And so what I sat with principals and others and had a discussion about is, we want as many voices in the room as possible. And we know that we're competing against parents that have athletics for their children and are taking in places, all the things that happen in the evening. But we want the commitment that we're going to have a minimum of 3 parents from each school site every time. And principal said to me, that means I'm going to invite 6, Trinae. I said, it doesn't matter what you need to do that. I want to have parents there. And while we love our parents that are also employed in this district and educators and serving multiple roles within that room, I want parents that are not employees of this district also at the table. And so I have said that that is an expectation on top of, you can fill your table and you can have all the people that are parents and teachers or parents and paraeducators, but you're going to have a minimum of 3 of others. And if we don't hit that target, then we're going to figure out what else to do, because we want them in the room. The voice matters. And then you'll notice on the board agenda, or maybe not, there is a new addition to our board agenda items. Every board agenda item has at least one of our district goals. This one happened to be one of the board agenda items from tonight. And it meets goal 2 from the board goals of student achievement aligned to the Cradle and Career Roadmap. Sometimes you'll see multiples, and in cases like it's a board policy or a board bylaw, it will typically say being fiscally responsible, because if we don't do those things, we open ourselves up to liabilities. And so we agreed that that was an appropriate goal for those. So back to the systems alignment. I am more energized as a superintendent than any year I have begun. Even my first year while we were on this pathway, COVID took us out in March, and to feel that it's year 6 and this is finally happening, I am absolutely energized. And I have shared with the board, I've been in 165 classrooms. I have been on campuses every morning that I am not down the hill at a meeting. As is cabinet, we are all being out on campuses because that's what matters. We are here to support, but we also want to make sure that as we're having these expectations, we're also walking the walk and talking the talk. So that's it. Any questions?
No question. Thank you.
I'm just glad that my PowerPoint came, because it's been a long time since I've stood on this side.
Presentation of unaudited actuals financial report for 2023-24.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, I'll get give me a moment while I connect here. There we go. As Ms. Okpara said, this is a presentation of last year's unaudited actuals. So just for the context, we are looking back at our budget that closed in June of this year. A little bit about that, if you recall, if you can remember back to January 23, we get the initial proposal, the May revised came out in May of 23. And of course, the legislature does pass on time budgets because that depends, that their paycheck depends on that. So they're very good at passing the state budget on time. As we go through our budget year, just a quick reminder, we have our fiscal year reporting, first interim and second interim, our estimated actuals back in May. Now, those estimated actuals in May of this year, that sets the projected ending fund balance for last year, which sets the projected beginning fund balance for this year. Now that we have our unaudited actuals, one thing we do is we'll go back and we'll update the beginning fund balance for our current year, both unrestricted and restricted, now that we have those numbers. It's no longer a projection. But keep in mind, these are unaudited, and when the auditors come, we occasionally do have audit adjustments which affect our fund balance. That's a quick look at last year's revenue. You'll see the lion's share of our revenue, again, is the local control funding formula. Within that 72%, that is base grant, that is transitional kindergarten add-on, that is 9th through 12th grade CTE add-on, that is supplemental grant funds, concentration grant funds, and transportation add-on, all lumped into the local control funding formula. That's a quick snapshot of our expenses last year. You'll see our expenses did outpace our revenues. That was on purpose as we were spending down our ESSER funding that we had received in previous years on some capital projects. That's why our services and our capital outlay are a little larger than typical. We completed our HVAC project at many of our sites, replacing many of our air conditioning units. That was one of the largest capital projects that we were be able to undertake with the ESSER funds. There's a quick breakdown of the numbers. You'll see on the unrestricted side, about 195 million in revenue, 156 million in expenditures. So we had an excess there until we make the contribution to the restricted side of the budget. You look down there, you see the line that says contribution. We took a little over 40 million from the unrestricted side of our budget, and we contribute to the restricted side. The lion's share of that is to support our students in our special education programs, student services. Our routine restricted maintenance program is also a big part of that transfer over to the restricted side of our budget. But you'll see we ended where we are unaudited ending fund balance of about 25.5 million on the unrestricted side, a little under 18 million on the restricted side, and you can see the combined numbers there in the right-hand column. Components on our unrestricted side, we do have to put a component in there to for our revolving cash. As we hold revolving cash, we have cash accounts at local banks that we use as clearing accounts. So we just have to hold that amount to cover that cash as it transfers. It's kind of like money laundering, but it's legal. We get money, we put it in our bank, we write a check to the county, they put it in our fund, but we have to have that revolving cash set aside. Stores is what we hold in inventory in our warehouse. So we have to have a component of our ending fund balance to match that. Assigned and committed funds, we have some prepaid expenditures. The REU is the reserve for economic uncertainties. So any funds on our unrestricted side that are not assigned or committed or prepaid or stores or revolving cash, we place those in as our reserve for economic uncertainties. You'll see we more than meet the 3% required at the end of the budget year. And that's just kind of a placeholder because they really don't look at that at the end of the budget year. They look at that at your budget adoption, first interim and second interim. On the restricted side, that 17.9 million in ending fund balance, it's got a lot of different pieces. Now, these are all restricted pieces that come with strings. You'll see the first one there is ELOP. That's our Expanded Learning Opportunity Program. That funds our after-school program for our TK through 6th graders, and also our summer school program for our TK through sixth graders. Educator effectiveness funds are for professional development for our educators. We have lottery, which is instructional. And just to remind the board, we have two types of lottery revenue. We have lottery revenue, which comes to us unrestricted. That is not reflected here. That would be on the unrestricted side of Fund 01. This is it's a specific restricted resource for instructional material purchases only. Mainly that particular resource is used for the purchase of textbooks. Community Schools Planning Grant, you heard somebody mention the Community Schools Grant earlier tonight. That's the remainder of the planning grant that's going toward that group putting together a plan to best serve the students in the community in Apple Valley. Art, Music, Instructional Materials Block Grant, that's the remaining of a large block grant that Governor Newsom passed out to all the school districts in the state of California. That revenue is booked. So you may see deficit spending on the restricted side of the budget as we continue to spend down that particular block grant. You'll see Prop 28, that's the arts money that we got on that proposition that was passed. Gosh, it's probably been a good two years. We have some kitchen infrastructure funding, again, categorical. You heard Ms. Nelson mention the LCFF equity multiplier in our schools that qualify for that. That's a restricted resource. We have some other funds. And then, of course, our routine major maintenance fund. He did operate well within budget and has about 1.8 million in reserve. That was all Fund 01, our general fund, our fund that runs the majority of the operations of Apple Valley Unified School District. Well, we have some other funds. Fund 11 runs our adult ed program. You'll see she did run a deficit. We did make a contribution. Our Fund 12 Child Development ran within budget. Expenses were lower than revenues, and she does have an ending fund balance of a little under 1.4 million. Same with food services. You'll see we booked $11 million in revenue, about $9 million in expenses. She does have quite an ending fund balance. That is very restricted money in our food services program. It really can only go to that program to serve the kids' meals. And just to remind the board, we are still participating in the federal community eligibility provision at all of our schools. So all of our students, regardless of income status, you've heard free and reduced lunch over the decades, a USDA program. Regardless of status, all of our students at all of our schools can get 2 meals a day for free, breakfast and lunch at all of our schools. Fund 14 is a deferred maintenance program. That currently is showing an ending fund balance of 2.1 million. Remember, this is last year as we closed the books. You may recall the board took a resolution in the spring to uncommit the Fund 14 deferred maintenance funds, and we transferred 2 million of those dollars back over to our unrestricted side of the budget in this budget year. So when we close the books this year, that account will be mostly depleted. Our Fund 25 capital facilities developer funds, we have a 7.4 million ending fund balance. Much of that will go to support our transitional kindergarten project, which is currently out to bid to install classrooms at Desert Knolls, Yucca-Loma, and Sandia. Fund 40, Special Reserve for Capital Outlay, about 6.7 million there. That supports our COP debt service and certain other facilities projects, which that will also support our transitional kindergarten project. Fund 51, bond interest and redemption. I know I get up here every year and say we have absolutely no control over Fund 51. That is a result of the Measure S facilities bond that Apple Valley, the citizens of Apple Valley passed back in 2004. The county treasurer assesses that property tax, the incremental property tax on all the property owners within Apple Valley Unified, collects those funds, deposits them in Fund 51, and makes the debt service payment on those bonds. Next up, of course, we do have some adjustments. You'll see the adjustments to our budget at the first interim. We'll update the beginning fund balance. We'll update any revenue and expenditures, and we'll update the assumptions as we go through. You can see it that's a partial list of the assumptions that we'll take a look at as we get working on this year, moving towards first interim. Again, and just to remind the board, first interim is our financials as of October 31st. The auditors will be in district in October to take a look at our books last year. And they'll produce a report that I most likely will share with you either in January or February. And any questions?
I do.
Yes.
Would it be possible to get like a copy of the unaudited actuals?
You will see the unaudited actuals, the actual SACS forms is an attachment in the board docs.
What?
If you could like a hard copy, I
No,
certainly.
no, I just didn't see it in the board
Yes,
doc.
it should be attached. It's on the consent agenda item. I forget what number it is, but you'll see as we go through the consent list, you'll see
missed
the
it
recommended
then. I was
action
like-
to approve that particular report, and that report will be attached there as a PDF. Item 29, according to Kylie. Thank you, Kylie. Yeah, this, I don't attach it up here because that actually has to be approved by the board. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Kylie, do we have any public comments?
We do. We have 5.
As provided on our public comments card, speakers are requested to limit comments on a maximum of 3 minutes. If more than one person wishes to speak on the same topic, subsequent speakers should limit their remarks to new information only. Public comments shall be limited to a maximum of 20 minutes per item. Mr. Kaufman.
Hi, I'm James Kaufman. I used to work for the district years ago. I think it's a couple of years ago. But anyways, I'm retired. And I had some questions, but after watching this particular presentation today, I'm going to request that I hold my comments, but I am requesting that maybe the assistant superintendents, Dustin Conrad and Matthew Schulenberg, have a meeting with me or something. I'll email them to try to set up a time. But I would like to make a comment, and excuse me for not saying hello to everybody.
Go ahead.
It's been a while since I've been up here. I want to echo on Kylie's achievement. During the COVID, I was the president of the CSEA union. And I'm not a very good writer, but when I would send my emails in to be brought to this board, she eloquently and articulately spoke in a way that I would have wanted it to be spoke. And I want to thank her for that publicly because she is an asset to this district. Another thing that I wanted, I'm not putting any, I know that all of the board members work very hard, but Mrs. Opara is the only board member in my recollection that's ever asked to meet with the CSEA meeting. And I want to thank her for that. I didn't have an opportunity because of COVID to ever get her the chance to be part of our board. But it is important for a union to have recognition from this board. And all the board members have always been gracious, but she's the only one that I've ever known to ask. And when she says wants everybody to be included, and she believes in the equity and things like that, I truly believe it. So, and she lives and walks the walk. And lastly, I don't know when I'll be back again. I would like to thank Mr. Bender for all his years of service. We haven't always seen eye to eye, but he's always been a very gracious man and always says what he has to say. I've been here quite a few years and I enjoyed every moment of him, even though I sometimes was the brunt of the action. But I mean, I have no problem. He's a wonderful man. I know he's a good person. And thank you for all your years of service. And I hope someday I'll meet you out in the streets and we'll be kicking around or something. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you
We'll
so
talk.
much. Mrs. Nelson, if you can send somebody to speak with him later. Thank you. Eric Schmidt.
Good evening. Good night. I'm not sure what I should say at this point. Hello, my name is Eric Schmidt. I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And some of you may know me as the former mayor of the city of Hesperia, but I am now the government relations specialist for the Apple Valley Stake here in this region. And I'll be attending board meetings and providing updates on church activities throughout the year. I am your contact if you have any questions or need to communicate with the church in that regard. So I thought I would take an opportunity today to talk about with the school beginning last month. I thought I would take the opportunity to highlight a youth program within the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints that is coincident with the start of the school year. So every school day morning at 5:40 a.m., yes, 5:40 a.m., students of our faith from all the major high schools, and even those who are on self-study, homeschooling, or other such schedules, converge on our chapels at Mojave Road or Tuscola Road to attend a scripture study program called Seminary. The seminary program of our church is a 4-year religious education program for youth. Globally, hundreds of thousands of students and their teachers meet to study the scriptures. In Apple Valley, around 60 students participate in this faith-based educational program led by 8 seminary teachers who volunteered their time to lead these young minds. To give you a sense of scale, there are currently over 400,000 seminary students in over 170 countries, and seminary classes begin each new year, almost every month of the year in countries all over the world. All youth are ages 14 through 18, and whether they're members of the LDS faith or not, are invited to participate in this wonderful program. The program is entirely voluntary, which means that these students get up extra early every day of their own volition to learn about the scriptures, our Lord, our Savior, Jesus Christ, the Holy Ghost, and how they recognize the promptings or guidance of the Holy Ghost in each of their lives. So if you're out and about that early on a school day, and you happen to pass by one of our chapels, please know of the good work being done to spread the good news to our youth. As always, I am your humble servant, and if there's any questions that you have, I'm available. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Haley Woody.
It's kind of high. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Haley Woody. I'm a student athlete at Granite Hills High School. I'm speaking on behalf of athletes involved in the aquatics program. I'm here to address the problems and concerns that we as athletes are currently facing with our school and our sport. At the end of the 2023 to 2024 season, our coach was let go, and the athletics department promised us a coach for this 2024 to 2025 school year. As summer ended, it came to our attention that our athletic director had never started to look for a coach or put in the effort to fulfill the promise. Early in the school year, we had a meeting to determine how many people were interested in boys water polo. 10 boys, including the returners, were signed up to join. A week or two later, our athletic director told us he did not believe that the kids who had signed up for what boys polo season were actually interested to join. He removed them from the list and said we did not have enough players to form a team when we did. Although we do believe that the lack of interest in aquatics as a whole is directly linked to the fact that the aquatics program does not receive the same equal publicity as other sports provided at Granite. We feel that the athletic director shows a lack of interest in our sport. As a result of this, the boys' 2024 water polo season was unfortunately canceled. We as a group feel this to be unfair to the students and freshmen that were seriously interested in joining boys water polo, along with this year's seniors that are now unable to have their last year of polo. Us athletes involved in the aquatics program hold great concern that the girls' 2024 water polo season and our co-ed 2025 swim season will be canceled due to the same reasons. We've been doing all we can to promote our sport by attending school events and handing out flyers and posting on social media to find people actually interested in aquatics. From these events, We have successfully gained a list of about 48 students that have an interest in either doing swim or water polo, but we cannot have a proper season without a coach that our school's athletic department has currently failed to provide us. We are asking for further assistance in finding a coach because we believe deeply in the value of our aquatics program and the joy, growth, and team building it brings to its athletes. It would be heartbreaking to see it end, especially when the program provides such a valuable skill set in and outside of school. We hope that you will take into consideration our pleas for help in replacing our aquatics coach. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today on behalf of Granite Hills High School Aquatics. Thank you.
Thank you. That is really impressive for you to advocate for yourself. Robert Orozco. Robert Orozco.
Hello, my name is Robert Orozco, and I'm also here for the Granite Hills Aquatics program. Because of Rincon's negligence and lack of effort and support this year, I have no sport to participate in, and me and multiple other students will no longer be able to participate in all 4 years of water polo. Rincon, even though he has not stated it directly, clearly has something against the aquatics team. He gives us very little funding and even less attention, and somehow even less effort into doing things for us. Our coach was fired at the end of last year, and he almost has put almost no effort to find a replacement. And it's obvious now that he has a chance. He just wants to get rid of us and take us off his plate and to be done with us once and for all. He has made 2 posts on Instagram and nothing more. He is clearly putting in the minimum effort for us because we are not as popular as other sports. Overall, the athletic director needs to be replaced for his lack of effort and for letting his emotions take control of him. This man, Rincon, is a fool, and I'm done with wasting my time on a fool. So I'm asking you to handle this man for me. A man that lets his emotions get the better of him is nothing but a child. I know children at school and on this team who are more capable than Rincon at performing the role of athletic director. Me and Rincon are truly equals, and this means that Rincon is nothing but a child, despite his age, same as me. Excuse me for losing my temper right there. What I'm saying is that in 3 years, Rincon has only posted 2 times about the aquatics team. Compared to the countless posts about other sports teams, it's obvious that he discriminates against us because we are not popular and do not make a lot of money for him. But we aren't popular and don't make money because he doesn't promote us like other sports. It's a paradox. I'd like to thank you for your time, and I wish you a good day.
Mr. Javier.
Good evening, Cabinet and esteemed Cabinet and Board. I want to just begin by saying that I wish to have such an illustrious career as Mr. Bender. I've only have 10 years. This is my 10th year at Granite, and I just come today to share with you some exciting things that are happening here in the Great Academy. First off, I'd like to inform you that we were just awarded $40,000, $20,000 for our tech theater and $20,000 for our recording program as a model technical demonstration site for the CDE. We've also been asked by Patricia Cooley, the County Arts Education Coordinator, has selected the Great Academy to be featured in the October issue of our county-wide arts newsletter. So we'll be hearing more about what's going on in the Great Academy through the county. In addition, something I'm very excited about is the U.S. Department of Education is starting a student performing arts initiative. And they're looking for talented performers to perform across the nation to showcase their skills at department-hosted events for the 2024-25 school year. And as you guys know, thank you so much for sharing the video of our amazing all-girl rock band. We have an incredible stable of talent that we're going to be submitting to this. On a practical note, I always am available, as I've come and spoken before you as in regards to arts and arts and music in schools. I stand ready to serve in any way that I can in that capacity. And then lastly, I'm thrilled to announce that for the third year in a row, I will be serving our county, the San Bernardino County Music Educators Association, as the High Desert Honor Band organizing chair. It'll be the third year that I've done it, and I'm very excited to see what amazing performances our kids from the county are going to be able to do. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Board comments? Mr. Bender? Mrs. Buchanan? Mr. Arce?
Nothing further.
Mr. Rowley?
Nothing, thank you.
And for me, I have to say thank you so much for taking the time to listen to our presentation. I know it was long, but it was, I think it is time for us to begin to showcase the things our teachers are doing. And sir, I used to live in Utah, so I know about the early morning, prayer hour. I tried my best not to, be counted as one because I don't like waking up early, so. And Mr. Robert Orozco, I heard what you had to say, but I do have a word of advice. I do know you are passionate about the polo, the sports, but when we come to address the board, it is very important not to address the person by name. The administrator has a title, so I would prefer that his title be used when you are addressing him. And I beg to differ. He is not a child, so he does follow instructions that is given to him from somebody who is he has somebody who is his boss. I am glad that you brought it forward to us and you shared it with us and you leave it to us to handle it. But name calling will not stand a chance, not on this board. I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to discuss it with you any further, so I'm done. Thank you. Superintendent's comment. A public hearing. We conduct a public hearing to determine that each pupil in each school in the Apple Valley Unified School District has or will have prior to the end of the 8th week of school sufficient textbook and instructional material for the 2024-2025 school year. Mr. Schlosser.
I'll reserve my comments for the time between the hearing. I'll get you to that point.
Okay. So do I leave the rest of them since he's reserving it or just keep going? Okay. Education Code 60119 and CCR Title 5, Section 9531 require the governing board of any local agency receiving instructional material funds from any state source to hold a public hearing on the sufficiency of textbook or instructional material by the end of the 8th week of school. Are there any questions or comments from members of the board regarding the pupil textbook and instructional material compliance K-12 2024-2025 school year? Board questions? I think we all have books, right? No question. I now open the public hearing regarding the pupil textbook and instructional material compliance K-12 2024-2025 school year for public comment. The time is 9:29.
That might be the latest we've ever opened this particular September hearing. I'll just say briefly that we, at this moment, have already had our visits from the County of San Bernardino for the 4 sites that were selected as sites that qualified for what's called a Williams visit to walk classrooms that are representative of the grade levels at that school, inspect facilities, ensure instructional materials, and so on. So those visits were excellent. There were no findings. The team at each school site did a wonderful job of preparing every classroom. The curriculum instruction team did a wonderful job of doing pre-visits. So that's all been handled. And so we're very thankful to say that those are successfully complete.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay, it's now 9:30. Hearing no further public comment, I now close the public hearing for pupil textbook and instructional material compliance K-12 2024-2025 school year, and the time is 9:30. Now I pass this on, and so I need a motion to adjourn to a public meeting of the Apple Valley Unified School District Public Facility Corporation for and a new business as deemed necessary.
I'll move the item.
All in favor?
Aye.
Now I'll pass it on to the president, Mr. Arce, to conduct this meeting, taking roll call and asking for.
This meeting of the Public Facilities Corporation, roll call, Gary Arce, here. Rick Raleigh,
Present.
Maria Opara,
Here.
Amanda Buchanan.
Here.
Action items for this Public Facilities Corporation. Number 1, authorize the filing of the annual registration renewal fee report, RRF-1, and the annual treasurer's report, CT-TR-1, forms with the Attorney General's Registry of Charitable Trusts for fiscal year 2023-24.
So moved. A second.
Can he do that? He's.
No, I will need somebody that's considered an appointed officer.
One
for
of
this
these,
committee.
one of these 4 officers.
I'll
Yes.
move it.
Okay, so Mr. Raleigh,
Yeah.
And I'll second it.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Adjournment. It is recommended that the Board of Directors adjourn the meeting of this Public Facilities Corporation and reconvene the regular meeting of the Apple Valley Unified School District Board of Trustees.
What time?
Time is 9:34. This meeting is adjourned.
Okay, we hereby convene.
Sorry, did we get a motion for that?
It was
To
some
adjourn,
motion.
To go back.
I'll move it that we adjourn.
Okay. And the second, adjourn.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We hereby convene the regular meeting at 9:32. Okay, it is recommended that the Board of Trustees discuss and take action on the following items. Approve the agreement for consultant services between Leadership Associates and Apple Valley Unified School District for the 2024-2025 school year. I need a motion.
Move it.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Conduct the first reading of the following updated board policies. Board Policy 0410, non-discrimination in district programs and activities. Board Policy 1312.3, uniform complaint procedures. Board Policy 4030, non-discrimination in employment. Board Policy lactation accommodation. Board Policy 4119.11/4219.11/4319.11, sex discrimination and sex-based harassment. Board Policy 5145.3, non-discrimination harassment. Board Policy 5147.7, sex discrimination and sex-based harassment. Board Policy 5146, married, pregnant, and parenting students. I need a
Move it.
motion.
I move it.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Approve the certificated and classified personnel actions as listed.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approve the recommendation for requested leaves as noted. I'll move it.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approve the clear subscription proposal. I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second. Any discussion?
I'll just interject quickly that there's at your table a little bit of information about what CLEAR does. And it's essentially, it really is about helping us with our residency verification process. We might want to be very cautious about making sure that we're following only publicly available sort of protocols for finding out where people are living. But we just want to make sure that when we have seats in our schools, we're serving the students who live in that school neighborhood. And so we spend a lot of time and energy tracking down residency concerns. And this will help us quite a bit in streamlining that process so that we can really serve the residents of Apple Valley and reduce overflow.
So is this going to reduce the home visits then?
Yes.
It will certainly target them to those places where we have a publicly available database that says there's a mismatch between the address that's given to us and the address where it turns out they may actually live. We will still visit.
All right. Did we get a motion?
We already did. That was the discussion. Now
Okay,
we
so
need-
now I need a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees consider approving a number of agenda items as a consent list. Consent items are routine in nature and can be enacted in one motion without further discussion. This procedure conserves meeting time for a full discussion of significant issues. Consent items to be approved in one motion are 1 through 40.
I move that we approve 1 through 40.
I'll second that. I'd like to pull item number 22 for discussion.
Item number 22.
Okay, I'll change the motion to approve items 1 through 40 minus 22. So
I need a motion.
I just did. Give me a second.
Okay, and I'll second that.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, item number 22.
Item number 22 is a MOU for Unicare Mobile Services. And this is a very positive item, providing medical services for our students, especially a number of our students that are underrepresented. I do have a couple of things I was wondering about, though. On page 1 of this MOU, it says that this service is available for referral to a medical home or other services. And that just seems rather ambiguous. I was just wondering what that means. On page 2, item number 1 says other students can be referred to other opportunities for delivery of healthcare services. Again, that seems quite open-ended. On page 2, it does say that they are to obtain appropriate parent medical consent. And my understanding of these services is that they encompass mainly preventative family care with the parents present. But I was wondering if it would be appropriate to reassure parents that all of this is being done with their full knowledge and consent. I was wondering if some further clarity was necessary.
If that clarity needs to come in the form of a adjusted MOU where we maybe suggest some language or maybe offer an amendment or a couple of different sentences in those sections, we'd be happy to take that back to Unicare. And if, assuming they agree, bring that slightly changed MOU back to you. If we'd want to do that, if we want to either table this for now, or I just offer that as a possibility.
And then I would ask what kind of clarification we would send out to families. Are you asking us to do a parent notification across the district so that I understand what kind of notification for
I
clarification?
was just wondering what would be appropriate to reassure parents that they are aware of the services that their student is engaged in.
Sure, I'm sure between our nurses and our family centers, which are usually the ones that are organizing the events to host these, that we could do it on the flyer to indicate that these are parent approved events for students to participate in with the parent involved. So if that would work.
Much like we do for the dental exams we currently do with Big Smiles. This is very similar. It's offered. It's only if parents allow it, and it's for those who qualify by virtue of their either financial circumstances or insurance status.
Why don't we table it until we get the answers that trustee Arcee is asking for? I agree with that.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Okay.
We'll bring it
A
back in
motion.
October.
Can we table it?
Yeah,
Need a
we're-
motion?
Okay, I need
Table it, yeah.
need a motion to table it, right?
Yes.
Make the motion.
I'm going to make a motion that we table item number 22 until we get further information.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So we removed item 22. Staff reports. We're now going back to closed session. Future items, do any members of the board have any future items? Okay, the next board meeting will be
Oh, wait,
October.
can I ask a question? It's fast. Do we have an upcoming date for the budget committee meeting that got rescheduled or canceled? That's it. That's all I want to know.
I think there was an email to
There would have been an email with all the dates, so we can get that to you. I think Matt has it pulled up.
Something lost in your pile.
It's next Wednesday, the 11th.
Thank
at
you.
4:30.
All right, we got that. Next board meeting is Thursday, October 3rd at 5 p.m. right here in this room. There being no further business to come before the Board of Trustees, it is recommended that the meeting be adjourned. I need a motion. I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Stick around and sign some paper.